Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope everyone is doing well this fine Friday. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. If you are watching live, welcome to you. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some fun questions and debatable things to do today, and hopefully you will be interested in putting those either in the chat box or down in the comment section below. Doesn't matter if you're watching this like well after the fact, I would still love to hear your answers at any time, so feel free to write those out. I tonight am still reading The Dark Forest. It has been a hectic time. It feels like every time I come on and do my sprints anymore, I'm basically saying that things have been hectic, but life is just like that. I'm in kind of one of those flows, and eventually the chaos hopefully will ebb. You know, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm gonna manifest it into my life. But I am currently 244 pages in out of about 550. So I'm definitely not going to be able to finish this tonight. I'm also progressing through this way slower than I did the three body problem, and that's partially due to the way that this one is written and like different themes that this book tackles, which when I decide to do a review of this, I will absolutely get into. I have actually kind of decided that this isn't just sci-fi anymore. Like, to me, this, I would consider it to be sci-fi philosophy, which I think is part of the reason that it does not appeal to many people, because many people actually don't like this series very much. The Three Body Problem is very highly regarded, but I get the sense that if you do not like to just be constantly kind of like asked questions and then have questions answered in the way that the author wants you to think about them, that probably would bother people. I don't know. Food for thought. I have to try to think of a way that I want to discuss that, and I'll probably will have a better idea of that by the time that I'm actually done with this. At least fingers crossed, because I want my review to be coherent. So there's that. But please tell me what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. You don't technically have to be reading anything. Earlier on, right before sprints, actually, I was trying to work on my ideas for my wrap up video that I'm going to be doing for everything that I read in February. And then I'll have to do my video for the books that I plan to read in March, which I'm really looking forward to. And I was also filling out my reading journal. So I was trying to be productive right before this so that I could spend more time just focusing on my reading. I've been annotating this significantly less than the first book as well. So I don't really know what that means quite yet. But I definitely will by the end of the book. But yeah, please tell me what it is that you were reading. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, as I always say, grab a drink, grab a snack. It's still cold out where I am. Curl up under a blanket, get a fun beverage to drink. I don't have anything that's particularly fun tonight. I'm still drinking water, but I got it in my B glass, and just doing my best to stay hydrated because I have not been very good about that today, or really this week in general. And I also have, well, no, I'm not going to put up my next question yet because I haven't got to go over, and I want to see who all's here to say hi. I got Heidi. Hi, Heidi. Welcome. I'm glad that you could make it tonight. Heidi has been really cool and actually going back through a lot of my old sprints and has been like answering questions or providing commentary on those from old conversations that we had, and that's really wonderful because not very many people ever do that. So Heidi, I appreciate that you do that because that's really fun to think that you're like going through those old videos. And Kat, hello. Very happy to see you. Love and happiness to you too. And Kat says, hi, Heidi. Heidi says, I heard that Dark Forest is much better than Three Body Problem. I'm going to put it this way. At this point in time, I would disagree with that. But I'm also slightly less than halfway through the book. So it's entirely possible that by the end of it, I'm going to say that it is better. I'm throwing it out there. I'm putting that into the universe because the beginning of this has been actually quite slow in my opinion, but I don't know. I'm still feeling all right about it. Hey, William, welcome. Happy to see you. Sid, greetings to you as well. What are you reading tonight? Heidi says, "Hi, Kat. I watched you read your readathon video today. That's awesome." And I'm assuming you're talking about the folklore February, like one of these, Kat, that you were doing. I didn't get to make that because I was still working. I saw Nicole was doing a celebration for her hitting 1,000 subscribers as well, and I didn't get to join that one either. So hopefully everybody was having a good time before they came here. Hello, how are you, the Book Hermit? Happy to see you. And do you mind reminding me of your first name? Please forgive me. I try to learn everybody's name. That way, even when I see your BookTube channel title, I will know uh, what exactly to call you. So please let me know. And you said, "Hey, we'll be lurking for a bit while I finish Icebreaker." Awesome. I really hope that that is going well for you and that you're liking it. Miss Starbuck, hello. Happy to see you. She says, "Hi, everyone. The chat spot changed here on YouTube." It did? Oh. See, I can't see that because for me, everything looks the exact same in StreamYard because that's the program that I'm in while I'm streaming this right now. So I wonder why that happened. You said, "I am having water as well." Good. You're remaining hydrated. And Heidi says, "I'm still reading Tyranny of Faith. It finally got to that sweet spot where where the book takes off like a rocket." Nice. I love that. And Kat says, "Thanks for watching, Heidi. Appreciate you." William says, "I'm reading The Scarlatti Inheritance by Robert Ludlum, his first novel published in 1971. Well, very nice. I'm hoping that it's good, that you're saying that that's a good book so far. Miss Starbuck says, "I'm reading Pay It Forward from Catherine Ryan Hyde." Nice. And how far are you into that, Miss Starbuck? I have not heard of that book before. Kat says, "I'm co-hosting Old School April, and all the host announcements are releasing between today and tomorrow." Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of like multiple sprints in a week that people have been doing, and I'm like, I can't keep up with it. So my apologies. I finally got caught up on yours and Nicole's videos today because I was super behind. I've been just like in an anxious ball lately, and I haven't been able to like do anything, which is part of the reason why I haven't read as much. I was kind of disappointed about how much I read in February because I started off the month like super strong. I like one of the strongest months I've ever had, and I was really proud of it. And then it all kind of just went, whoop. But you know, that's what happens when you have other things in your life that you have to take care of. Heidi says, "Thanks, Alex. I'm enjoying all the older chats. I plan to watch Cats once I catch up on yours." Well, that's awesome. And cats are always fantastic. She has more of them than me because she started them before I did. So you definitely have like a lot of fun material to catch up on. Miss Starbucks said, "Went on a little free library tour today with my dad." Aw, and I found more books that I had planned. Ended up with 9. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. But put 2 books and a few comics in the little free library, though, looking very innocent. Well, you know what? At least you did put something in. You know, you did a swap. And I have found that some of them are super overloaded with books. So if you take out more than the number of books you're putting in, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because I've seen some of them that look like train wrecks. And I'm like, man, nobody is taking care of these. And that just makes me sad. And Heidi says, "Miss Starbuck, I love the new TV adaptation of Shogun on Hulu FX. Do you get that streaming service?" Shogun is one of those that I've seen an advertisement for because Keaton and I have Hulu, but I haven't watched it. But it did look really interesting. It had a cool like aesthetic and vibe to it. So I'm glad to hear that you have loved it. And I also want to ask, just because we don't have very many people on right now, we can do 45 minutes or we can do 30 minutes. You all let me know what length of sprint that you would like to do. First one to answer that is going to be the one who gets the time. The Starbucks says, not far in yet. I'm on page 57. I think I'll watch the movie after I read the book. I already know that the color of the actors are different than in the book. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Is that because of where it's filmed? And Miss Starbucks said, I have no clue why they made that choice. I would have no clue as to that either because it doesn't seem like something that would normally be changed, but I guess it does happen occasionally. And Miss Starbuck called it and she said 30. Christina, happy to see you. You said, hi, hope everyone is well. Currently reading 11/22/63, about 50 pages before I switch and read the fourth Harry Potter with my kiddo for a bit, sharing some ready for the weekend vibes with the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. I appreciate that. And the fourth Harry Potter Goblet of Fire, I have yet to read that one. I read the first three. And I actually have the illustrated edition that I would really like to read. I think the illustrated editions are extremely beautiful. So one day I may own all of those, or I may not. I don't know. I own the first four right now. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts about 11/22/63 because that's one of the books that I did a review on, and I definitely had a lot of thoughts on. Don't want you to go and watch that just yet. If you haven't seen it already, because there's a spoiler section after, so it's not like you would be spoiled for anything if you like watch the first part of it. But I just want I want to hear your untainted thoughts on how you feel about it. Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I don't know the series. I know my mom has it on DVD. I guess the original series. Okay, talking about Shogun. Very nice. Christina says, I think they did the book dirty with that movie. The book. Oh, are you talking about Harry Potter? The fourth Harry Potter book, or which book with which movie? And Kat says, I'll be reading Grim Memorials by R. Patrick Gates after eating dinner at my mother in law's house. So very nice. What are you having for dinner, Kat? Do you know? I hope it's something delicious. And I can go ahead and I can get our sprints up, everybody. Might end up being a slow night tonight, might have a smaller crowd, and that is okay because people can be busy on Friday night. So, got 30 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I have to put up another question. Okay, let me see. Oh, here's one. Does reading a book put you to sleep if your feet are up, meaning like you're laying up like on a couch or in a chair? Does it put you to sleep? And I will see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 57, or 257, excuse me. So, not bad. Not bad for a book that can be kind of dense, and sometimes I got to take my time to read or like read over again or highlight things. So, pretty good. Before I left, I asked you all the question, does reading a book put you to sleep if your feet are up? I'm going to go back here, going to find some old, or I should say the first comments that we got before we left. Let's see here. Sorry, everybody, taking me just a second. Miss Starbucks said, I think my book Hi isn't. I can't remember what that's referring to. Kat says, I think she made shrimp jambalaya. Okay. And Christina says, yes, Harry Potter 4, The Goblet of Fire. They took too much out and changed things that did not need to be changed, left characters out. Oh, so much. It was a good movie, but I am a purist. See, I did really enjoy that movie, but because I haven't read the book, I don't know really any of the things that are different, except for the iconic scene with Dumbledore where he's shaking Harry and he's like, did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire? And I know in the book it's supposed to be just like, Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? You know, it's supposed to be like really calm and smooth. And in the movie, it's like, just, did you do it? And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not like Dumbledore at all. Miss Starbuck said, oh, and Kat says, if I'm tired enough, I'll fall asleep even with my feet up. And Christina says, oh, rewatch that part again. I misheard you. Thoughts on 11/22/63 did not watch yet, but in the book, I am in Derry and I am glad I read it. Yeah, there you go. That was one of the things. I can't remember which part in my review I mentioned that, but I was really glad that I had read it prior as well because that was more meaningful because of the people that we see. And I was like, hey, that's great. And what's referenced, of course. Mary Lou, welcome. Happy to see you. Said no, I read with my feet up all the time. Well, good. I'm glad that that does not make you fall asleep. Heidi says, I fall asleep almost every time I physically read. Most of my reading is audio listening. As you get older, your vision blurs, and it's just plain hard to physically read. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, if that's easier for you to listen to something, then that's great. Heidi says, Christina 11/22/63 has some Dark Tower Easter eggs too. Does it? See, I have not read any of the Dark Tower books. I need to, because I know, of course, that's one of like his most iconic series with it starts with I think the Gunslinger, correct? And aren't there like 7 books? I think it's 7 in that series, which is funny because I think the Dark Tower is actually the last book, but that's the name of the series. So yeah, but I did not catch any of those because I have not read them. So that's good to know. ESP Library, very happy to see you. Welcome. You said, hi, Alex. First time I'm joining your sprints. Just caught the end of Nicole's sprints. Well, I'm so happy that you're here. Nicole is a friend of this channel as well. She's lovely. I'm glad that you were able to go and hang out with her for a while. And thank you so much for popping on over here. That's awesome. Heidi says, Christina, pretty sure the early Harry Potter movies got criticized for being too much like the books, meaning that people thought they should have changed things. I thought that they were cute when they're just like little kids. Angel, welcome. Angel says, hello, and hello to you. Alicia says, hello, Alicia. Good to see you as well. You said, only if I'm already really tired. Usually it just makes me think of R.L. Stein. Okay, interesting. You said if anyone even knows what I'm referencing. I do not, admittedly, because I'm assuming you're referring to something dealing with Goosebumps, but I could be completely wrong about that. When it comes to reading for me, it depends on where I'm sitting. So like if I'm at my chair in here, it sits like over in that corner. It's a fully upright chair with like a little like lounge footstool. If I sit in that, I can't fall asleep because it would be entirely too uncomfortable. But if I'm reading and I'm slouched down on like my couch and I have my book up here, I will start like getting really, really tired, and I'll have to put my book down and kind of rest my eyes for a moment and hope that I don't fall asleep, which is like a 50-50 on, which I'm going to get. So I have to be very strategic. If I'm actually trying to get reading done, I can't do it when I'm slouched down. Angel says 100%. I end up falling asleep every time. Snoring face. I love that. Miss Virtue, welcome. Happy to see you. I think, is this your first time on the channel? I don't believe I've seen your name before, but welcome to you. I'm glad that you've made it. You said popping in from Nicole's live to say a quick hi and bye. Well, you might be gone already, but hello and goodbye to you. Thank you for popping on by. And Nicole says, bye, Miss Virtue. Nicole, welcome. I am so glad that you made it. I was working today, so unfortunately I didn't get to make your sprints, but I get to formally say on here, congratulations on hitting 1,000 subscribers. I know you're already at over 1,800, so you're probably going to be at 2,000 in no time and having a celebration for that too. But congratulations to you. I think that's really awesome that you've been able to do that like in such a short period of time. Your channel just like blew up. So fantastic. And you said, hi, Alex, guess what? I'm reading The Garden of Seven Twilights first. Well, thank you. I don't know that you're reading that first because of me. Are you? Because I made that comment? Hopefully not. I hope that you picked it just because it's the one that you thought sounded the most interesting. It was also, in my opinion, the one that had the coolest cover. So my fingers are crossed for you on that one. I have mixed feelings anymore about reading dystopian books because there was that really big push there during like the Hunger Games era, where everything was coming out as being a dystopian. And I still have plenty of dystopian books that I need to read. And I know that they existed long before the Hunger Games. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the Hunger Games created that in any way. It just made it super popular and people got like really burnt out on it, which is why I don't think as many books have that element now. And I still want to go and read them because I think that they can be done really well as long as they're unique and they're original and they bring something fresh to the table. So that's why my fingers are crossed there. It's not because it's sci-fi. It's because it's dystopian. And I think you said that the year of like when the story is supposed to take place is actually relatively close to the year that we're in right now. So that fact that it's not that far off makes it kind of interesting too. So yeah, have no idea, but I'm hoping that that's great. I was really glad that I was finally able to catch up on your videos and on Kat's videos because oh my gosh, I was so behind. I'm behind on my own stuff for my own channel, let alone getting to see all the cool stuff everybody else is making, but I'm glad I'm finally getting there. And you said, hi, Alicia, Elliot, and all the chat peeps. Yes, hello to everybody. Oh my gosh, Nicole, you must have brought a lot of people with you. that number jumped up significantly. Thank you all who all was hanging out with Nicole who came over here. I appreciate you. Jamie, welcome. You said, hello, I'm back from my food pantry shift and library trip. Wonderful. Getting my one book hold turned into checking out a whole stack of books. Fabulous. And what books are those, Jamie? Because I know that you usually read a book a day, or at least that's your goal. So what books did you get? William says 8 pages read. Good job. Miss Starbucks said, really depends on the day and the book. Sometimes the book is so exciting I stay alert, but on some days I'm so tired I can even fall asleep sitting since I don't really read with my feet up. Well, there you go. And yeah, some days are just not conducive to reading. Funny enough, people always talk about how much they love reading when it's raining outside. That will actually put me to sleep because the gloom, it feels so much like winter to me, even in like the summertime, if it's a rainy day, there's something about the reduction of sunlight that it just makes me want to take a nap. And unless I like just woke up and then I can read, otherwise it's going to put me to sleep. ESP Library says, it does not usually. I usually read in bed and get comfy. Only if it's bedtime have I fallen asleep cuddling a book. Well, that's good. You're better at that than me then. So that's wonderful. And Emily, welcome, Emily. And you said, hello, hoping to finish Vagabonds. Answered no, would get a lot of sleep if I did. That's true. And, I think there is something to be said for like the more you read, maybe you can like train yourself not to fall asleep as much. I personally feel like I don't. Hopefully Bubby is not getting ready to bark because my neighbor's putting a box in his trash can that's right outside. I think we made it. He's also taking a nap, so that's part of it. Sorry, I got totally distracted. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So like if you spend a lot of time reading, I feel like I fall asleep less reading now than I did before I kind of like picked up the number of books that I was reading every month. And it doesn't make me quite as tired anymore, but there's still like a degree of sleepiness depending on the day. Alicia says, "Hi, Nicole." And JB says, "No, putting my feet up while reading doesn't lead to sleeping, but laying on my side to read does." Okay, see, I can't read on my side and read, or lay on my side and read, excuse me, because it just like it messes with my eyes. It like my vision gets really weird when I do that. So that's a no for me. Zach, hello, welcome. You said, "Hello, I'm reading Crier's War by Nina Varela." Very nice. I hope that it's good. Sounds like a cool book. It's got a good name. ESP Library says, "Oh my gosh, that scene with Dumbledore losing his mind." Iconic. You said, "My favorite Harry Potter movie is Azkaban, and my favorite boon was Order of the Phoenix." Very nice. Oh, book. Favorite book was Order of the Phoenix. Yes. Miss Starbucks says, "Great timing for me. Just finished a chapter, finished 2 chapters in total this session, read 15 pages. I'm at page 72 now." Awesome. Christina says, "Yes, it was more meaningful. It was a good reference to it." I agree. ESP Library says, "Also fancy seeing you here, Nicole." Christina says, "Oh, I have not read the Dark Tower books yet." And Kat says, "I'm planning to read the Dark Tower series in 2025. I like that you already have that planned for next year. And it's funny because as I was saying that, my brain was thinking, oh, that's like 2 years from now. Nope, it's 2024 and it's already March. Anybody else here not really able to believe that? Or it like just feels like time is going by so quickly, but maybe it's just me. I don't know. But yeah, that's next year, 2025. Nicole says, "Funny question. I was just struggling with falling asleep while reading with my feet up today. I feel called out." And you know what? It's only natural. So there's nothing to feel bad about. And Nicole says, "LOL, right, Elliot?" Oh, Elliot, you must be, are you ESP Library? Because then I have to make a note usually the first time for people's names. And then I like remember them when I see people all the time. Correct me, Elliot, if that's not the case, but I'm making a note for myself. I also have a little notepad now, which is great. So I can actually like write down books and just random tidbits. And I don't have to go searching for one of my little flashcards that I always pulled out and then they get lost everywhere. Alicia says, "Hi again, Kat." Well, whatever the fish snake deal is, I missed out on that. And Kat says, "Welcome." I'm assuming Elliot. Zach says, "And the car from Christine is in 112263." Wait, is that the one that he buys that he loves so much, or is it a different car? Please tell me it's the one that he buys and that he loves, because I didn't get that reference either. I have not read Christine or seen the movie, though I've seen the intro for the movie, and that was very funny. Christina says, "Might have to reread after I do, and that will be a while." So, yeah. Well, and 112263 is a quite a big book. So to have to go and read something else to come back and reread that is a huge commitment, especially if you're talking about the Dark Tower, and then you have to read an entire series to go back and get extra references. I don't think I'm that committed. Stormy, hello. Storm says, "I can't stay but wanted to come in and say hi. I'm on the March Mystery Madness kickoff sprint, booping the like button on my way out." Thank you so much, Storm. I appreciate you. Hopefully you can stop by some other time. And Kat says, "Hi again, Alicia Fish. Long time no see, Snake." I feel like we spent the whole day together, which is a good thing. Oh, that's so sweet. You know what? If I hadn't had to work today, I would have been all over everybody's sprints. I was really bummed that I missed them, but it's just the way that it is. I do have an update for you on my car situation. The noise that I had been hearing for like months that two different mechanics told me not to worry about. Turns out it was, in fact, a bad bearing that I had been driving on, and I got it fixed. And now the noise is gone, and my car is safe to drive again. I had to take it to a third place for them to find it, which was very upsetting, but they did fix it for me. and I had to pay even more money. But I'm just glad to be safe. Like when I left there and like my problem was actually fixed after I'd been gaslit by two other places telling me, "No, you're fine. Like don't worry about it." I was like, "Thank you for at least validating the fact that I was hearing something and I am not crazy." And I got it fixed. Miss Starbucks said, "Bye, Storm." And Christina says, Heidi, I would rather it be close to the book, and they left stuff out for the first three too that I would have loved to see. There you go. And Nicole says, thanks, Alex. Oh, for your congratulations. You're most welcome. You said, I saw your comment afterward. I love the cover too. And Heidi says, Zach, I miss the Christine Easter egg. And Christina said, I will fall asleep if it's an audio and after 4 p.m. or right after I eat. I think I could fall asleep with my feet up without a book, though, unless, of course, I'm trying to sleep, then it will never happen. That's the darndest thing, isn't it? You want to go to bed and then you can't. Nicole says, I got picked last night during sprints. Everyone liked the idea of bookception, stories within stories. It's nothing like the Hunger Games. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And Bookception sounds like fun, but also could be a lot to keep up with because I have yet to see Inception, but I know that there's like a lot of moving pieces and trying to figure out like what's real and what's not. And I'm very fascinated to watch that because it's the same director who did Interstellar. And I have now watched Interstellar. Was it earlier this year that I got it was either earlier this year or late last year that I watched it for the first time and it like instantly became one of my favorite movies ever. And I'm like, well, if they're made by the same person, I will probably like Inception. Fingers crossed. Elliot says the problem with dystopian is that it's such a wide net of genre, but things like the Hunger Games made it so narrow. Clara and the Sun is dystopian and very different. Clara and the Sun is one of the books that I'm really interested in reading, but I think it has mixed reviews. I don't know why it has mixed reviews. I try to stay away from spoilers dealing with like sci-fi or like reading people's reviews of that. But if you have any ideas as to things that people either like or might not like about that are not spoilers, feel free to tell me. And you said, Jamie, that's the problem with the library. Yeah, you can just leave with an entire stack. Nicole says, hi, Jamie. Yay for your library haul. Glad you made it back. And Nicole said, hi, Miss Starbuck. And Heidi said, Elliot, I loved Clara and the Sun. Awesome. And Nicole says, yes, Alex, I may have plugged your sprint. I really appreciate that. Thank you. In the gaming community on Twitch, that's called Getting Rated. So you all rated my channel from Nicole's channel. So thank you for that. That actually makes me feel very good. And Robert says, hello, room. Are we alive? We are, sir. Welcome to you. What are you reading tonight? Glad you can make it, Robert. And Miss Starbucks says, yes, oh my gosh, reading with rain outside is awesome. When I read The Golden Spoon, or when I read The Golden Spoon, I read about being stormy and rainy there, and outside it was just the same. That was so cool. If it takes place in the UK, The Golden Spoon, then that would make perfect sense because I spent 2 weeks in the UK and you could get rain every day there when I went. Their weather was some of the most interesting that I have ever experienced because you would get the full gambit in one day. Like you had to constantly carry around a jacket and an umbrella because at any point in time you could be freezing your butt off, fighting against a downpour, and blazing hot same day. And we went there in May. Maybe that has something to do with that. I don't know, but their weather was wild. And the Starbucks says, "Hello, Nicole." Jamie says, I got the Clockmaker's Daughter, Kate Morton, The People in the Trees, Hanya Yanagihara. I really tried on that one. Apologies. Companion Pieces, Ali Smith, How High We Go in the Dark. That's one of the books that I'm very interested in reading. So would love to hear your thoughts, Jamie. Sequoia Nagamatsu. Nagamatsu. Okay, there we go. I painfully muddled through that. Thank you for listening. Nicole says, hi, Robert. Hi, Roberty. Yep. Robert. Yep. And Mary Lou says, Jamie, I love Kate Morton, but have not read that one. Alicia says, I wish I could read in the car. It gives me serious vertigo, and I'm jealous of people who can do it. I can read in the car, but I can't look down like this for extended periods of time, or like it'll give me a headache. It does weird things to like the blood in my neck going to my head. I don't know why. And Elliot says, book, sorry, I can type, I swear. It's okay. I was able to figure it out. Robert says, Nicole, I went with it, by the way. How are you? Elliot says, Heidi, I loved it too. The writing style took some getting used to, but was such a beautiful story. Speaking of Clara and the Sun. Jamie says, also Nevernight by Jay Kristoff, one for my enemy, Olivia Blake, So Late in the Day, Claire Keegan, and The Hold, I Am Hopeless If This Is Not My Home by Lori Moore. Well, it sounds like you got a really wonderful set there, and I hope that at least most of them are fantastic. Nicole says, nice, Robert, doing great. Heidi says, Robert, Tyranny has finally took off for me, so I will go right into Trials of the Empire when I'm done. It's a 2-week loan from the library. And Miss Starvick said, reading in the car made me sick when I was younger, Alicia. Have never done it anymore, so don't know if I could do it now. That's fair. And Nicole says, hi, Kat. Robert says, Heidi, Trials, greatness of great. Oh, yeah. I'm going to assume greatest of great. Elliot says, yes, that's me. I've chatted before and Alex Black streamed. Yeah. And me and her are doing a relay sprint stream together on Sunday. It will start on my channel, then be a dual stream, and Alex will finish. Well, very cool. I love that. And I did see you on hers then last Sunday. I just didn't realize that your channel's name was ESP Library because I remembered your name on there being Elliot, right? I think that that's the way that it was set up. So very cool. And I'm happy for you that you're doing that. That's cool. Heidi says, Elliot, my favorite part in Clara was the store in the first few chapters. Ooh. I don't know what was going on there. I couldn't click on any comments. Alicia says, speaking of time, I watched Event Horizon last night, and the events of that movie take place 23 years from now. I need to watch Event Horizon as well. Is that the one with Sam Neill? Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong about that. Jamie says, I need to reread King's books in publication order to catch all the Easter eggs. Yeah, that's so true. The people who make those really cool maps of like how all of his books interconnect, and because people theorize that every single King book takes place in the same universe, they all just like carry over in like a weird way, and you can find it. I have not read every King book. I've read a lot of King, a pretty good chunk in my time, but not all of it by any means. So those people are like the most hardcore dedicated fans. Alicia, hello. Nice to see you. Said hello. Just finished dinner, pizza. Just joining. Will be video editing and reading 50 Shades Freed. Well, very nice. I love that for you that you are editing tonight, and thank you so much for joining. It's wonderful to see you. Kat says, I'm a silver snake and Alicia is a blue barracuda. These are the teams we are on for old school April. Oh, that's so fun. I love that. You all are so awesome. I need to go and watch those so I can get caught up and not be completely out of the loop on things. Alicia says, no, reading does not put me to sleep if my feet are up. Well, that's good. And William says 11/22/63 and King's third longest novel after The Stand and It. Yes, and I have read all three of them. I like big books and I cannot lie, at least from King, apparently. Well, no, the hardcover edition of, Under the Dome. The hardcover edition of Under the Dome was longer than 11/22/63. So that one, I think, is the third longest. But I've read all four of them. I love those books. Heidi says, Robert, your comments helped to push me through the early going of Tyranny. Thank you. Leisha says, yay about your car. Thank you. Mary Lou says, that's great, Alex. Glad you finally got your car fixed. I appreciate that. And Mr. Stark says, yay, happy for you. Thank you. And Nicole as well. Thank ya. And Gaz, so happy your car's finally fixed. Yes, my sweet 14-year-old car that must last me until at least 20 years. Like that was my dream, is to drive the same car for 20 years because I love her so much. I probably, to be realistic, that probably won't happen. And I know this, but I'm an extremely sentimental person and I'm not willing to give her up yet, which is why I've spent an obscene amount of money to get her fixed. Um, uh, Elliot says, Heidi, yes, it was a good opening and piqued my interest. I like the portrayal of the obsessive mother. That's already intriguing to me. Nicole says, what time does your sprint start, Alex? I don't see it on your channel. My sprints start at 5 p.m. On Fridays every time, and usually run until around like 9 or 10. They sometimes go 4 hours, sometimes go 5. Lately, it's been going over 4, closer to 5. So, yeah. Is there a place that maybe I could put that in my like little descriptor of my channel? I didn't think about that, but that's a good point. I could put it on there. Zach says the car from Christine just drives past once he mentions a red and white 1966 Plymouth Fury. Oh, darn. Okay, I wish that it had been the one that he actually drove, but no, couldn't have been that one. Alicia says Tenet is another movie that's wild to watch, similar to Inception. Okay, cool. Kat says, I loved both of those films, Alicia. And Nicole says there are lots of helps to keep it clear where you are in the world, including a tail tree, family tree for how the stories are related, and margin clues. Yeah, that's totally true. And Jamie says, I like the duology Flawless, Perfect by Cecilia Ahern, a dystopian series. Ahern writes a lot of light magical realism otherwise. Oh, that's very interesting then to kind of go from one to the other because they're not really related. Too cool. Robert says, Heidi! It's like a hug. And Zach says, Clara and the Sun, 5 stars for me, and it made me cry. I love books that'll make me cry. You should go in. If y'all watch my channel, you know I'm a big sentimental sap. Give me something that's a tearjerker any day, and I'm probably going to want to read it. Elliot says, yes, it rains a lot here in the UK and US. We complain about it all the time. I understand that. Do you carry an umbrella with you everywhere at all times? Or do you kind of just go, I'll deal with it? Nicole says, oops, I meant, Elliot, what time does your sprint start? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, Nicole. I was like, I think you know when mine start, but to be fair to you, I do not have that posted on my channel, like in any official capacity. So technically you could have been asking me that. That's okay. And Kat says, Miss Starbuck, I love The Golden Spoon. I just finished it on Monday. It was a group read for the BookTube Bestie Retreat. Loved it. Yeah, I have that on my wish list now of books that I'm interested in finding when I can go and buy them. Unless I can find a copy at the library and be able to get it on loan in like, God, it wouldn't be until April at this point because I'm already booked up for everything that I'm reading in March. Funny how that happens, especially when you're doing sprints and you have buddy reads and read-alongs and books that you promise to read for people, and then you're like, oh, there goes my whole month. Miss Starbuck says, here in the Netherlands as well, 4 seasons in one day sometimes. Mary Lou says, yes, The Golden Spoon is a good one. I love the cover of it too. It's so charming. And funny enough, it looks like a light, kind of like a light and funny story, which I think Miss Starbuck, you told me that it was like a fun book to read. So I need that in my life, especially if March ends up being emotionally taxing. I might need that in April. Miss Starbuck says, Kat, that is awesome. I absolutely love the book. It's one of my favorites. Glad you loved it as well. Elliot says, sorry, Nicole, I'll be scheduling it tomorrow. It's 11 a.m. UK time, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, that starts early, but I definitely should be able to catch some of that, Elliot. So I will also make a note of that. 6 a.m. There we go. I made a note, and then I can go and I can find your channel too. And Nicole says, I can't read in the car at all. Like at all. That would be a bummer though if you went on a long road trip and you couldn't read. I will admit I can read in the car, but I'm very easily distracted, so I won't read much. But I did do that vlog where Keaton and I took a trip to go visit his family, and we were in the car together. One way for the trip was 11 hours. And so I was like, yep, I got my book with me, but we were going through an area I had never been before. And I always end up wanting to see the sights. And we were in just some beautiful, beautiful part of the country. And I was like, well, I don't want to be looking at my book. I want to be staring out the window at the mountains. And so I did that most of the time and then like had the book there almost like I was pretending to read. I did read some, I promise, just not as much as I should have in 11 hours. And Elliot says, Jamie, I'll be curious to know what you think of One for My Enemy. I didn't get along with the Atlas 6. I soft DNF'd and yet to reattempt. Yeah, that was the other thing. The Atlas 6 was one that people seemed to either love or hate. It wasn't, I don't know anybody who was like, it was just okay. So I'm not sure why because I haven't read it yet. Kat says, hey, Nicole. Miss Starbucks says, I wonder if when I tag someone, the text becomes orange as well because I don't see the orange myself. It should, it'll be orange for them, but not for you or like me if you're not tagging me. And Nicole says, Elliot, thanks. Great time for my insomnia. I'll probably see you on the early end. Oh, Nicole, you have insomnia? That is not fun at all. Kat says, your comment to me was highlighted. And Miss Starbucks says, yeah, thanks. Glad it worked. Alicia says, it is the one with Sam Neill. There we go. I highly recommend. I am a big fan of Red Letter Media, the YouTube channel Red Letter Media, and all they do is talk about movies and occasionally TV shows, but that's only really for Picard because two of the guys who run it are like huge Trekkies, like some of the most dedicated Trekkies I've ever seen in my life. But they make a lot of really fun content. It's hilarious. And I did watch their video on Event Horizon because I wasn't sure if that was a movie I want to see. So I'll admit I know a lot about it already, and I know how kind of like brutal it gets in certain parts. And if you say that is one that you will recommend, and I love Sam Neill, huge fan. Especially, of course, you got Jurassic Park, and then you have In the Mouth of Madness, and In the Mouth of Madness is my favorite movie of his. I should watch Event Horizon. Nicole said, Miss Starbuck, it won't show you the orange, only the person you send it to. You said, I saw it too. And Miss Starbuck says, thanks for explaining, Nicole. You're welcome. And Kat says, the Stephen King universe is real. I love the connections. Jamie says, I probably read 60 to 75% of King's books now, but not in any order aside from the Dark Tower books. Read those in order, but I'm in my 40s now. So what I read 20 years ago is fuzzy now and needs a reread. I will admit that there are certain stories of King's that I am not as interested in picking up only because King admits that he doesn't really remember writing them. So, fun fact if you don't know this, which most of you, if you read King, you probably do, he was horribly addicted to drugs for a long period of time. And I believe it was cocaine, cocaine that he was addicted to at the time that he wrote Cujo. And he has admitted in interviews that he does not remember writing Cujo at all. It was just completely a drug induced story. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. And also, it's about a dog that is, going after people. And of course, you know how the book is going to end because of that fact. And I just don't think that I think I'm going to stay away from that. And Starbucks says, and then there's me, who has never read a King yet. If you do, all I'm saying is, great place to start is the Green Mile. Just going to throw that out there. The Starbucks says 20 years, then it will be an old timer, isn't it? Hope you will get your wish fulfilled. And Zach says, I've read all of King's books. That's incredible. That's amazing. Jamie says, yeah, you could put your regular sprint schedule in your about section. Yeah, that's true. I should. Alicia says, Kat, I did enjoy both movies as well. I'm a big movie buff. And Elliot says, I actually did shed a tear actually reading it. That's wonderful. Heidi says, Zach, what is your favorite King? Mine is Doohickey, and I know Kat loves it too. I haven't read that one yet, so that should be, hang on. I don't even own that, and I probably have heard of it, but it's definitely not one in my collection. or was really on my radar. Elliot says, aha, I'm always badly prepared for weather unless I know it's raining all day. We tend to always be wearing a waterproof jacket here anyway. There you go. That's a way to not have to need an umbrella. Nicole says, I do know when your sprints start, Alex. At least you got a good idea from my bad typing. No, you're totally good. And honestly, it's on me from being like, huh, you're asking? No, I was being a goober too. Kat says, Alex, if you participate in OSA, you might be a silver snake. Well, Kat, if I'm anything like you, and you know I am, I very well might be, whatever that means, because I don't know. Miss Starbucks says, no, the golden spoon is so good. You just need to have a copy of it, meaning don't go to the library and need to buy a copy of it. Okay. Kat says, I'm a big movie buff too, Alicia. And Elliot says, I haven't posted any videos yet, still struggling with setting on the idea of my first video. Well, best idea for your first video could just be the BookTube newbie tag. That's the way that a lot of people do it. Admittedly, that was not the way that I did my first video because I wasn't thinking about it at the time, but most people start out that way, and it's a good way to be found because other BookTube channels regularly look for new people who have posted under that tag to promote them and going forward and saying like, hey, you can go check out these new people if you're interested in this kind of content. So anyway, that would be my recommendation, and then it'd be something that's easily searchable. And Zach says, Heidi, it is my fave. Duma-Key is great though. Rena, hello. Very, very many welcomes to you. And I don't think I've seen you here before, but I'm very glad that you made it tonight. And what is it that you are reading or working on? And Nicole says, no, reading in the car is a bummer since no one ever wants to do an audiobook. Meanwhile, my son in the backseat plowing through all his books. That is something to be jealous of. Kat says, I agree about Duma-Key being great. Heidi says, Zach, it was my first king at 12 years old. Wow. Nicole says, insomnia is not fun, but early morning sprints make it tolerable. There you go. And Miss Starbucks says, I think when I participate at CAT, I'll be a silver snake as well. And Kat says, I liked Insomnia, lots of Dark Tower references. Zach says, Heidi, I read it at 12 too, but Cujo was my first at 7. What? Oh my gosh, wow. That kind of gobsmacked. Heidi says, Alex, Star Trek Discovery final season starts April 12th. Lord of the Rings anime War of the Rohirrim coming to theaters at Christmas. Oh my gosh, that was a lot. Cool. That's awesome. That's wonderful. Alicia says, Miss Starbuck, I have not read King either. And he says, Zach 7 is young for King. I would have to agree. I was 21 or 22. Yeah, 21 or 22 when I read my first King. And then Elliot said, Miss Starbuck, I'm the same. I picked up Misery to read. I wanted Pet Cemetery, but I didn't like the cover at Waterstones. It's not fun when you don't like the covers. I have been jealous many times of other countries that get like prettier covers, but I know that other countries have the exact same feeling sometimes about the US editions, and then it all just like you just got to deal with it. That or pay all the money to have it imported to you. And Kat says, yes, Miss Starbucks, Silver Snake. And Nicole says, does the Green Mile have horror or gore in it? No. So the Green Mile, in my opinion, and this is also based off of feedback from Keaton, because I had him read it and he agreed, it was much more magical realism. There are tense moments. There's not like blood, viscera, like any of that kind of stuff going on. You're going to have some moments where there are like some sad things that happen, just for reference, and this is not a spoiler because it's part of the description of the book. It's about some guards that are basically managing the inmates on death row, and the death row inmates are being sent to the electric chair. So keep that in mind of like some of the visual elements you could get from things like that, like deaths that happen in that way. If you can manage that, I would definitely say that the Green Mile is a good option, but it's not like other King stories by any stretch of the imagination. And Miss Starbuck says, yeah, I'm not the only one, Alicia. And Jamie says, my King faves so far are probably The Outsider, Needful Things, and Doctor Sleep. I've read The Outsider. That was my first King. I really enjoyed it. That's what got me to read more Stephen King. So I guess I must have liked it quite a lot. Needful Things is definitely one of my favorites. I enjoyed that one a lot and is an incredibly like underrated King book because nobody ever talks about it. And funny enough, the way that like the first time I ever heard it referenced was in Rick and Morty. I like didn't really know anything about it until they had the episode with Mr. Needful and his shop. And then I went to a Barnes and Noble and I was looking for my next King to read. And I read the back of that book and I was like, that's where they got this from. That was what Rick and Morty was referencing. That's hilarious. And I read it and I actually really enjoyed it. So I was glad for that. And I have yet to read Doctor Sleep, but I do know that that's the sequel to The Shining, and I have read The Shining. So there you go. William says, I often wonder how King literally submitted the Tommyknockers to his publisher. Did he literally stagger like a drunkard through the doorway into with a block of paper or a floppy disk? It's a good question. I know a lot of artists can, perform under the influence, and sometimes that's the way they prefer to create their art. King, with some of the things that he was able to write in his stupors, I couldn't. I'm going to say that I could not make a coherent plot, let alone some of the most famous ones that he's ever made. Though, admittedly, Tommyknockers is one of those that a lot of people seem to hate. I have yet to read it. I have a digital copy, but I haven't read it yet. Mary Lou says, okay, pizza just arrived. We'll come back later. Very nice. A lot of people love having pizza on here. That's fun. Miss Starbucks said, Elliot, I did hear some good things about Misery as well. And Nicole says, that's a great recommendation regarding BookTube newbie tag for Elliot. Yeah. Miss Starbucks says, I'm not sure if King has gore in it since I'm not a real fan of that. It makes me very weak on my feet. Yeah, no, you have to be very careful about which one. But Kat can even attest to this, that there are other books, and I haven't read this one, but she has, and she really loved it and said that I would enjoy it, as Fairy Tale, which is like a true fantasy for King. It's not horror at all, just a fantasy story. So he writes science fiction as well with things like 11/22/63. So honestly, he has a range, and that's another thing that I appreciate about him is like he's known for horror because that's the bulk of what he's written, but he can do a lot more than that. Rena says, I was complaining to Keaton about YA books me and my boyfriend have been reading. Oh, are you one of Keaton's Overwatch friends? I'm so happy that you're here. That's so cool. He told me that you might show up. I love that. Sorry, totally distracted for a second. And he told me about your channel. I watched some videos and I really like them. Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. And yeah, I believe you were reading Juniper and Thorn, if I recall what he told me, and you were not pleased with the cultural representation in those books, which I'm really sorry to hear because I know a lot of people rave about Juniper and Thorn. I have yet to read it. I have no idea whether I would like it or not because the person that I heard recommend it reads a lot of things that I don't enjoy very much. And so it's like, well, kind of a hit or miss, but the fact that you're like, no, some of these things are just kind of offensively done or like culturally insensitive. It's like, I don't know that I want to read that now. Alicia says, Miss Starbuck, to be honest, I have no desire to read his books, and that's okay. Don't even worry about it. Don't sweat it. Nicole says, same Miss Starbuck. That's why I haven't read King yet. Fairy Tale is not supposed to be scary or have gore. Yes, can confirm. Nicole says, I've seen the movie of The Green Mile, so sounds like a book I can read. Oh, yeah. And funny enough, I have not seen the movie, which is a cardinal sin, and everybody tells me I need to because it has Tom Hanks, and I like Tom Hanks quite a lot, and he was super young in that movie. And Jamie says, I like the mouse in The Green Mile. Mr. Jingles. Mr. Jingles is one of my favorite Stephen King characters in the history of all time, and he says nothing. So, make of that what you will. Kat says, I don't consider The Green Mile horror very good story. Yeah. Miss Starbuck says, Alicia, for me, not yet, since I have other books which interest me more, but some days I will try it, see what the hype around it is, how he writes. And my dad has Christina, I believe, which I can read. Christy. Is it Christine? No. We were just talking about it. The car. Isn't it Christy? Hang on. I'm sorry. I just totally blanked on that. About a living car or something. Yeah, that was the one that we were referencing, Miss Starbuck, that had a little Easter egg in 11/22/63, the Plymouth that drives by. So I would pick that up first, I think, whenever it would be the time for King. Well, that one I think is technically a horror, but I think it's also supposed to be kind of funny because it's a killer car. And Kat says, Needful Things is awesome. It really is. Why don't more people talk about it? And Heidi says, William, I like the fantastical idea in the Tommy Knockers. The Simpsons liked it too. And Miss Starbuck says, Nicole, high five. And Kat says, I haven't read the Tommy Knockers yet. Nicole says 11/22/63 has gore, so I've been told. Well, it's about time travel and the Kennedy assassination. So I would personally argue the answer to that is no. There are bodily injuries that happen in the book, but gore, I guess it depends on what you define as gore. And that's funny because I was having this conversation, I think it was with Keaton the other night, about like, well, what do you define to be gore? And he was like, well, if it's like viscera and it's like, there's a lot of like gross things happening. But I guess if you're somebody that doesn't want like any form of bodily injury to happen to somebody in a book, then technically yes. So there, that would be what I would say. Alicia says, Miss Starbuck, good luck. Hope you enjoy it. And Christina says, Fairy Tale felt like a Wizard of Oz retelling of sorts. Well, that's fun. Miss Starbuck says, Alicia, I'm not sure if I will read it in this year, but thanks. Kat says, Fairy Tale is a dark fantasy, portal fantasy. I loved it. Rena says, we were reading The Wolf and the Woodsman, the debut novel by the same writer. Okay. Now, is that the one that was kind of culturally wrong, or was it Juniper and Thorn? Forgive me. Keaton says, hi. I don't know what Bess is. Oh, might be your friend. I'm not sure. Miss Starbuck said, Fairy Tale sounds okay as well. Alicia says, Christine. And Parker says, The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon is King's cleanest novel. It would have been middle grade, but it has one F word. Yeah, I did read the Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. Funny enough, I picked that up because I like baseball. And I was really curious because King's a huge Red Sox fan. Anybody who knows anything about King knows that he loves the Red Sox. And so he, like, of course, references that in the book because of Tom Gordon. I liked that book okay, but it definitely wasn't one of my favorites. It was an interesting concept, though. Kat says Christine is the possessed car. It's a horror novel. Okay, good. I did get that the name right. It wasn't Christina. It's Christine. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Heidi says only one chapter is gory in 11/22/63. Yes, and I know which one exactly, like which chapter you're thinking of, and bodily injury. Jamie says from a Buick 8 also has a creepy car, and I like that one more than Christine. It's so subtly creepy and is not gross or super scary. Very nice. Miss Starbucks says, is Christine without gore? Kat? And Kat says, well, if you consider murder gore. And Miss Starbucks says, I can handle murder. I read mysteries and thrillers as well. Keaton says, Rena, working on that playlist for you, by the way, just had been working hard and late. Yes, he has. Can confirm. He's been coming home late and tired. And Ray says, Keaton, hello, good. I desperately need my folk mix or folk fix. And Kat says, Miss Starbuck, I can't remember because I read it so long ago. And Keaton says, Rena Ves is my Russian friend. Yeah, very cool. I did figure that out, honey. And Keaton says, she's super cool. I can tell. And Nicole says, now I'm reconsidering 11/22/63 again. It'll be a library pick, I guess. Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't know if you would end up liking it enough to want to like keep a copy of it. Just saying, everybody, I know I've been talking. I don't even know how long I've been talking. It's been a while, but please let me know in the comment. First one to get it will be the winner. How long you want the sprint to be, 30 or 45 minutes. And then I can put it up on the clock. Nicole says, hi, Keaton. Keaton says, hi, Nicole. Heidi says, I love The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon too because of the baseball too, and getting lost in the woods is just plain old scary in itself. Yeah. The Starbucks says, oh, cool. I love the country Russia. I have a pen pal from Russia from Post Crossing. Miss Starbuck won. She got 30 minutes. She's laughing about it. Alicia, if you can get it next time, Alicia. So I will go ahead and get the 30 minutes reset on the clock. And I also have to give you all a new question. So this one's going to be, for me, an interesting take because there's been so much debate recently about daylight savings time because this Sunday in the United States, we're springing forward. We're heading into our daylight savings again. So my question for you all is this. If you live in the US, how do you feel about daylight savings? And if you live outside of the US, is it weird for you that we change our time twice a year? I am like really curious. I want to know. And Heidi says, Keaton, where is the hot chocolate for Alex? No, he's playing a game with his friends. He doesn't have to always get me hot chocolate. He did, in fact, get like major buku partner points, like the way he does all the time. But he got me a euro today because I had a really rough day. And he's like, I just want to pick you up some food. And he did because he's a sweetheart. And I love him. And you all should love him too. Miss Starbucks says 30 works best for me since it's very late here. That way I can join the chat as well afterwards. I'm amazed that you're still here, my friend. And Nicole says running to grocery store will hopefully be back before next chat. Marina says, Miss Starbuck, thankfully I haven't been in my home country since I was 15, but I still live in Eastern Europe. Haha. And Alicia says, I wish they would pick one and stick to it. LOL. Oh, that's talking about daylight savings. Yes. So I will go ahead. I'll get the time up for everybody so you can not hear me gab anymore. And wish everybody happy reading, and I'll see you all in a bit. That went by really fast. I was making some plans with my neighbor to take care of my dog Barker so Keaton and I could take a day trip sometime in the future. And I was like, do you mind helping? And of course, she's awesome. And she's like, yeah, anytime, which I really appreciate. So I was like texting for a good 10 minutes of this sprint. I got to go back here and find the last comment. Oh, I just realized that I completely forgot Nicole's um, comment that she made about needing to run to the store and hopefully would be back. It looks like I missed a couple of them, unfortunately. Let's see. And then Miss Starbucks said, and after the next chat, I'll go to bed. Then you all can have your 45 minutes, which means that hopefully you're still here, Miss Starbuck. And Nicole said, glad you could stay for the next sprint, Miss Starbuck. And Rena says, it's not weird. We do the same in Europe. I guess it makes sense for us, although during winter, we only get sunlight between like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So yeah, it's not quite that bad in the US, but it's still pretty terrible. I mean, it's starting to get dark at like 4:30, but I mean, I guess I'm grateful we get that extra hour and a half. And I admittedly did not know that Europe did that. I could have swore one time I heard people talking about how like the US was strange for it, but unless I wonder what okay, here's what I want to know. Who did daylight savings first? Did the US do it first and then other countries were like, "Oh, we want to be on the same schedule," or did other countries do it and then we adopted it? Because I genuinely have no idea. Kat says, "I love daylight savings time. I wish they would switch it and keep it." And Elliot says, it confuses me because our clocks go forward towards the end of March. So I forget that the time difference between us and Eastern Standard is 4 instead of 5 hours. Yeah, that's incredibly irritating, I'm sure. And I'm trying to think how that will end up impacting the sprints because if we go forward an hour and I normally start at 5, then that means that I'll actually, I guess for those of you who joined late, that would be beneficial for you because for your time, if you didn't change, it would be like 4 o'clock here, correct? Yes. I believe I got that right. Because if when we fall back in the fall, that would mean that we're losing an extra hour for your time, I believe. Nicole says, leaving you on while I go, so you'll get the watch hours back in a few. Well, you're a sweetheart, Nicole. Thank you. And Miss Starbucks said Nicole wasn't pre-typed. Haha. Talking about just having 30 minutes ready to go. Miss Starbucks said, Rena, I understand. Hopefully it gets better for everyone. And Nicole, thanks, Nicole. Heidi says, Alex, you need daylight savings for the school bus, or else those kids will be going to school in the dark. Yeah, that's fair. And I don't have young children, so I don't think about things like that, but you're right. So I really appreciate that perspective. Marina said, Miss Starbuck, appreciated. And Zach says, I hate daylight savings. It's annoying and bad for wildlife. A lot more animals get hit when everyone starts suddenly driving at a different time, like rush hour. That would make sense. I imagine a lot more like deer and raccoons and everything are trying to cross and it's still dark out. Angel says, I like when we fall back, but the spring forward is a bummer, especially when I work Sundays. That is so true, but not this year. Haha, I took the day off. Well, good for you. I'm glad for you, Angel. That's wonderful because, yeah, that's really not fun. And here's the question. Do they pay you differently for that? Because, I mean, you could say technically you're working an extra hour, but then how would they do that when you fall back? Because then you are actually working an extra hour. These are the questions. I don't know. Robert says daylight savings time is fine late Feb and it's bright at 5:30. Yeah, I do really appreciate how much sunlight we have been getting recently. I'm starting to feel like we're slowly creeping towards spring. Like I saw some plants like beginning to come out of the ground and I was like, "Yes, please. Like let's get there because I'm an extremely cold-natured person. I am cold all the time unless it's like 75 outside. Like I feel cold. Now, fortunately, at this point in the year, when it has actually been freezing temperatures, once we get into like the 60s, I start feeling like, oh, like it's actually warm out. But I really prefer for the temperatures to be like 74, 75 or above, because that's just the type of person that I am. Robert says, I mean, when we go back to the norm and it's dark at 4:30, people aren't liking that. Yeah, no, that's not fun at all. I never like to lose hours of daylight. Emily says, daylight savings sucks, and I'm always hopeful that it will be the year Congress finally ends it. Yeah, it seems like it's just an unending debate. I don't know that it will ever change at this point. Elliot says, I'm going to have to go to sleep. Thanks for the sprints, Alex. Well, thank you so much for joining, Elliot. I hope I can catch yours tomorrow because that sounds awesome. Look forward to seeing you. Zach says, I have to take my dog to the groomer. My last SK Rex are if you like 11. Oh, Stephen King. If you like 11/22/63, read Your, and from a Buick 8, read Mile 81, and It, read Later. They're short and connected. Well, thank you very much, Zach, and have fun taking your dog to the groomer. Thanks for hanging out. Nicole says, Yay, made it back with 4 minutes to spare. That was really quick. You must be like right by the store, which is nice. I also have a store. It's like 5 minutes from the house, and I appreciate when I forget something and I'm like, oh, gotta go to the store. Robert says, I'm up to page 97 of It, and it's great. 197th in. I will say that if you're under 40, you won't get half the references. I don't know. It depends on like how much of an old soul you have, Robert, because I feel like I get a lot more references than people probably expect. But I was also the kid that when I got home from high school, I was watching shows like, Green Acres and like I Love Lucy and Golden Girls is like one of my favorite things in the entire world. I've gotten Keaton to really enjoy the Golden Girls, which is hilarious because he had never seen it prior. So I don't know. It just depends on the person. I think that's part of why some people think, I don't know, people in my generation can seem older than we are because it's like, yeah, it just depends on what you grew up with. Nicole says, I love daylight savings and Sprint help correct my sleep issues, but it causes them in the winter. My circadian rhythm refuses to budge. Oh, that is not fun at all. See, I'm kind of the opposite is when it gets dark longer outside, I'm like, great, I'm tired. But then that is really not fun because it kind of I wouldn't say that I have like seasonal depression, but Keaton can tell you that like my mood definitely shifts when it's colder outside again because I hate being cold and I feel like I'm cold all the time and it just makes me not feel very good. And so a natural thing for me to want to do is to curl under the blankets and then I sleep more. So it's kind of just like they go hand in hand. Nicole says, I love living in Arizona. They don't change the time. Really? That's insane. I didn't know that there were any states that didn't do that. That's cool. Alicia says, I didn't know that about Arizona, Nicole. I think we should just pick a time and stick with it. And Nicole says, yep, it's so much nicer, Alicia. Arizona does it because shockingly, they don't need the extra sun. Yeah, that's very true. I've never been to Arizona, but I'd like to go there. Alicia says, DST was first implemented in the daylight savings time was first implemented in the United States to conserve energy during World War One. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. See, I thought it was something that was implemented way earlier than that, but it was World War One. Good to know. Thank you. Learn something new every day. The Starbucks says we have there as Oh, we have it here as well. Indeed. Winter and summertime, I don't like it. We should turn to nature more. Yeah, I go by the nature's rhythm, the way the farmers did. But Starbucks said, I'm still here for a few minutes. Awesome. And Nicole says, downside was my parents could never figure out what time to call me, and they just called earlier and earlier. Oh, dang. You're probably still working. And Nicole said, high schoolers go to school in the dark regardless for daylight savings. Yeah, I had no idea because I don't really think about the schedule. I mean, there are buses in my area and I see them, um, but I just remember when I was in school, like having to get on the bus in the dark, and for me that wasn't odd because, it's like, oh, here's our stop sign and it's right under a street lamp, and then you're on the bus and you're safe. So I don't know. That's always what I think about. Nicole, do you work from home? Like where you're able to, because I know like you do your sprints during the day on like Mondays and then you did one today. And if you are, that's super cool. Or if you get to work from home, that's really cool because I don't have that. And I could only imagine if I was home, if I would be able to maybe like do a sprint during the day. That would be cool. Nicole says, wait, is daylight saving this weekend or the following? My understanding is it's this Sunday, um, March 3rd. Hang on. When is daylight savings? Oh, shoot. I was wrong. Okay. I was wrong. You are absolutely right, Nicole. It says Sunday, March 10th to Sunday, November 3rd. Keaton and I had asked the Alexa this morning, and I could have swore that it said this Sunday. And so either Alexa was wrong or I misunderstood. Either one is entirely possible. I was probably wrong though. So thank you. So no, you get an extra week of normal time. Rena says, I believe daylight savings was proposed by a Kiwi, but ancient societies did count time differently depending on the season. Example, the Romans. Oh, that's cool. William says, no daylight savings here in the tropics. Oh, it must be lovely. Alicia says, my tulips are starting to bloom. I'm not looking forward to the heat, though. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Does it get like super hot where you are? Our summers aren't really that bad. Starbucks says, at page 90 now in my book. Good job. And Nicole says, night, Elliot. And you said, same, we're about 5 minutes from a grocery store. It's lovely, isn't it? Rena says, do you listen to music as you read? For me, I can only listen to lo-fi. I can't listen to anything that has lyrics because my brain is drawn to human voices because I end up accidentally like listening to conversations. That can happen in coffee shops as well, or like even when I was a kid and I used to try to read on the bus. If like there's not background music playing, like the radio or well, not the radio. That's not a good example. Like coffee shop music, kind of like that lo-fi or not or jazz type music that they play. I will end up like picking out people's voices and it drives me nuts because then I can't concentrate. So Keaton actually convinced me because he got a pair. He has a set of noise canceling headphones and I always thought that I would hate them. And I'm honestly obsessed, like completely obsessed with them. And it's been fantastic because, if he wants to like game in the other room and I got my music on and I can't hear anything and it's lovely. Just drown everything out. Nicole says, you hibernate, Alex. I do. I do very much in the wintertime because I don't want to go outside at all. I know people who are very comfortable and happy being in the cold. And I'm like, I can't stay warm. My hands get painfully cold. Like even sometimes in my own house, they get really cold. Like I'll have to get up and I'll have to go like run my hands under the hot water just to like bring some life back into them. Not to mention that like your skin gets really dry, my skin gets really dry, which is not fun. Angel says, day shift people, no change. We just lose sleep, lol. But the night shift staff, their shift is quick. Ah, well, that's fair. Yeah, because you kind of like lose that hour. And Nicole says, Hawaii doesn't observe daylight savings and neither do any of the territories. So, like Puerto Rico, typically because they also don't need the extra sun. Yeah, I really had never thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense. Christina says, started supper, fish Friday, and reading a bit. Read a bit. Very nice. I love seafood deeply. So fish Friday sounds awesome. Alicia says, I'm in Georgia and the summers are brutal and humid in my opinion. I also just hate hot weather. Yeah, Georgia definitely would be kind of swamp. I don't know if swampy is the right way to put it, but you feel muggy, maybe is the best way to put it. The most humid place I've ever been in the summer was my family and I. We ended up taking a trip to Key West. And it was a beautiful area. I loved being on like a little trip on a vacation away from home, and I like definitely was basking in the heat. But that is probably the sweatiest that I was every single day. I mean, I'm not kidding. The humidity was probably like 90%. It was kind of gross, actually. So, no, I wouldn't want to live in that at all. Arizona at least has like a dry heat, right? Miss Starbucks said, after you read this comment, I'll go to bed. It's 1:17 a.m. here at the moment. Bye bye, all. Bye, Miss Starbucks. Thanks for hanging out. You were a real trooper hanging out until 1:17 in the morning. Alicia says, I love to hibernate if it was possible. I hate cold weather and I used to live in Alaska. Oh no. Oh no. If you hate cold weather and you live there, yeah, that definitely is like the worst place for it. I hope that means that you moved someplace that is more suitable to you for sure. Well, that was a really interesting conversation. Also, again, thank you, Nicole, for correcting me because I was fully prepared to set an alarm on Sunday because I have to go visit my aunt in the well, don't have to. I'm going for fun to go visit my aunt on Sunday. And I was like, oh, I'm going to lose an hour and I'm going to be going over there at 10 a.m. and I want to make sure that like I'm ready in time. And you just alleviated all of that concern for me. So that's a beautiful thing. Also, put it in the chat how long you want this sprint to be. Go. Figure out what you want to do. Tell me. And Nicole said goodbye to Miss Starbuck. And Alicia says, I've lived all over Maryland, Alaska, Florida, Germany, and currently back in Florida. Well, you're definitely waiting for the warm weather then. Because I know I was actually shocked because I was looking at temperatures in Florida because I thought at this time of year, I was like, oh, it's got to be pretty warm already, like at least in the 70s. And it was kind of cold there. I was like, dang. I mean, cold for Florida, I should say, because it's not definitely not cold in other places. And Robert said, coffee shop radio 24/7 lo-fi on Spotify. Yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it. I'm actually one of those weird people, Robert, and just anybody interested to know, like Rena, like what kind of music I listen to. I actually really love Halloween lo-fi. I have 3 different Halloween lo-fi mixes that I listen to repeatedly all the time. One of them is like an alien type thing, and the other 2 are just more like fun Halloween music. And Keaton is like, I don't know how you listen to that all year round. And I'm like, it's just fun. Like it's good vibes and I enjoy it. So there you go. Jazz Hop Cafe. They got some good stuff. And Emily won. She got 45 minutes on the clock. I think, just maybe, she had that ready. Just going to put it out there. All right. Got that timer set here. Arena says, I used to live in a 9th floor flat in a building that stood on a windy hill and had issues with window insulation. If we had wind in the winter, my windows were literally snowed in. No. Oh, I would have hated that terribly, especially if the building swayed too. There's just something about that like you hear the wind and you're up on a high floor and it just would make you feel colder. My apartment that I lived in before I moved into my home, it was single pane windows and they were pretty old apartments. Now they had renovated them, but not everything. This was the same apartment where, at the time that I was living there, the water heater was older than me, which is a big no, just in case anybody's curious. That should never be the case when you're in your 20s. But yeah, it was like I felt like it was always freezing in there, and I hate that. And I would really like to get new windows for the house because they're also single pane, which I think is partially why it's drafty in here. But it just, oh, everything's so expensive. My mom just got new windows and she told me how much she paid for them. And I'm just like, ooh. So I will get there eventually, but it's definitely not happening right now after all the stuff I've had with my car. And Marina said, bye, Miss Starbuck. And Alicia says, our high for today was 84. Oh, fine, just rub it in. Rub it in. We had a cold snap where I'm at, and it was just miserable today. So cold. We were enjoying some beautiful temperatures in like the 60s, and then all of a sudden it went back into like the 40s. I was like, please no. I hate this so much. Robert says, I like vaporwave music on YouTube. Yeah, vaporwave's cool too. Kind of got like a similar tone. I always love the theremin that they use for like the ooh noises. I always think those are really fun. So I got to come up with a new question for everybody for our next sprint. Rena says, you and Keaton are lo-fi addicts as far as I'm aware. We are indeed. And actually, Keaton is the one who got me to listen to it because when he first told me about it, I was like, oh, I won't like that. It'll be entirely too distracting. But I try to be open because he's super open about everything that I really care about. And I always want to be that for him. So I was like, okay, show me, what it is. But in the back of my mind, I was like, I don't think I'm going to like this. I was completely wrong. He was right, and it's so much fun. And Alicia says we're in the 80s for the rest of the week, but it says it will rain. Boo. Well, hopefully that means at least it'll be a warm rain, which is a much bigger plus than a cold rain, in my opinion. I'll take warm rain any day of the week. Okay, so this next one I got for you all is a weird one. It's weird just because I want to see what it is that you are going to say. And my question is, debate which is better, a unicorn or a dragon? And who knows, maybe everybody will agree. I don't know, but I am very curious. Which is better, a unicorn or a dragon? And I got 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish everybody happy reading, and I will see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Made it to page 277. So, making some progress tonight. I'm happy to find I'm actually able to reasonably concentrate, which makes me glad because I was struggling with concentration earlier in the day. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, there's so many comments. This is fantastic. Okay. So I think I found the last one. And the first one to answer, of course, was Nicole. She said, unicorn. Not biased at all. No. So, Nicole, I know that for you, when you do your TBR game, it's called the unicorn game, which I think is a lot of fun. So that would make sense that you would choose unicorn. Mary Lou, welcome back. Mary Lou, you said, oh, that's hard. Dragons can fly, but unicorns can heal. I will have to think about this one during the sprint. Alicia says, I say dragons. My husband says unidragon. What's better than a unicorn or a dragon? Blending them together. Why not? Which Nicole thinks is funny. And Heidi says, dragons, the best are the intelligent ones. The Witcher has both. Yes. I always like the distinction in books between a dragon and a wyvern because the dragons are considered like fiercely intelligent, like equally as smart as people, have personalities, and wyverns a lot of times are considered like the animals, like they never truly came out of being a beast. And I think that that's a cool take, at least in my opinion. Robert says a dragon is a fire-breathing mythological animal, a winged flying scary creature on the one of the most powerful monsters dating back to antiquity. Unicorn, a horse with a horn. You do have a point. Although characteristics of a unicorn, as was stated previously, is that they do have the ability to heal people, which is really cool. And I believe part of their lore is that they're also supposed to be able to sense good and evil in people, like purity in people as well. So I don't know, but I really love dragons, though I think that sometimes they can be overdone in fantasy if we're talking about them in books. Like if you just throw a dragon in there, it's like, oh yeah, there's one, there's another one, in a book, but that doesn't make it unique. I don't think unicorns are used nearly as much. So from that perspective, you could argue it might be a little bit more interesting, but I think dragons are really fun. To your point, winged, flying, scary creatures that breathe fire. Zach says unicorn, more magical power. Reply last chat. I love the cold. One of my favorite feelings is when it's like negative 40 degrees and my breath makes my beard freeze. Oh my gosh, Zach, you can have all of that you want, my friend. I will give that to you if I get to keep the warmth. It's like the difference in those old Christmas movies of like he's Mr. Heat Miser, versus the like the cold miser. You can be cold miser. I'll be heat miser. Jessica, welcome. Happy to see you. You said too hard to answer that question myself, but in the spirit of my 3-year-old niece, I will say unicorn. Yeah, my niece, or not, my cousin, I should say, excuse me, my cousin. She was born way, way later than I was, so she's practically like a niece. But she loves unicorns. It's like her big thing as well. And I have a statue of Butt Stallion. Yes, that is actually her name from the Borderlands series. Originally showed up in Borderlands 2, and whenever she saw it, she asked if she could take it out of its package, and I had to be like, no, you can't play with that. It's a collector's item. But for those of you who don't know, Butt Stallion is a diamond pony who pukes rainbows. She's pretty cool. Jessica says, also, hi. I know I'm late, but I've been babysitting and trying not to have a meltdown. No, I'm sorry. That's not fun. Health is real bad today. No. Are you sick or are you having like chronic problems? But we have all been having quiet time today. Our mama is due in an hour. I'm hoping that you mean, yeah, I'm assuming you mean due to come and pick her up so that you can like have a break. I wish you the best. May the hour go smoothly for you until then. I'm really sorry about your health though. Rena says, I'm going to sleep since it's pretty late. Good night. Good night to you. I know you're already long gone, but thank you so much for coming. Nicole says, oh, come on, Robert, just because it became the loot of virgins in the Middle Ages doesn't mean it's not cool. The more ancient Persians pictured them as more bull-like winged animals with horns. Yeah, I did know about the whole virgin thing, which is quite interesting. But I like this interpretation from the Persians. I'd never heard that one before, Nicole. Nicole says, okay, finally sitting down to read, starting the picture of Dorian Gray. Woohoo! That's awesome. I love that. I haven't decided when I'm going to read that this month. I might start it towards the middle. I'm not sure. Jessica says, whoop, whoop, Nicole. Robert says, Nicole, hashtag I stand with dragons. Heidi says, Nicole, me too, almost 3 hours into the sprint, finally able to read. Well, it's so nice that you all have been hanging out, just doing other stuff this whole time. Robert says, Alex, the ending of your YouTube content, that's Vaporwave, right? Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Zach song comes to mind every time I see it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I found that and I was like, well, nobody else uses this and I want to use it. And it makes me really happy to always get like the little end part. I think it's fun. Heidi says, Robert, have you read The Bound and the Broken, all about the dragons? Kat says, I'm back from dinner. Woohoo! I'm glad you made it back, Kat. I hope dinner was delicious. Nicole says, Robert, unicorn. Nicole says, let's not forget The Last Unicorn. I've heard the book is better than the movie. I need to read The Last Unicorn. That's really the only book that comes to mind when I think about a book that's dedicated about that particular mythological creature. But I heard really good things about it. So I definitely should read it at some point. And Robert says, Heidi, honestly, I'm done with dragons, and after the Lady of the Lake, I'm done with unicorns. Give me sentient spiders. Oh, that sentient spiders is fun. I like that. Robert says, Fourth Wing should be banned. Heidi says, spiders, Children of Time, Ender's Game. I just pretend Lady of the Lake never existed for me. The Witcher ends at Swallow. Dang, is it really that controversial? That's sad. I do own Lady of the Lake. You're making me feel like I shouldn't read it though when I get there. And Nicole's laughing at Robert. And Robert says, Heidi, I just have to start Children of Memory probably in 2026. That's so funny. Christina says, that is not a fair question. LOL. What does better mean? I mean, unicorns are supposed to be pure, but dragons are awesome. Well, better can be better for any reason, just one that you like slightly more than another one. Heidi says, Robert, do you watch Jonathan at Words in Time? I think he's the best science fiction booktuber. And Robert says, Nicole, someone tell her I'm not speaking to her because she's got me back into reading huge books. And Nicole's laughing. Nicole says, or should I say, bwahaha, the evil laugh. Kat says, I like both creatures, but a dragon is better if I must choose. I must agree with you, Kat. Robert says, Heidi, Jonathan is great. He just had Bookjack on. Era is another fun channel. Sci-fi Words of Wonder. Whitney is the best secret sauce of storycraft. And I know Jonathan is one of the channels that I recently you recommended, and I have him saved to go and watch some of his content. So Whitney is one that I don't think I've checked out. So just going to make a little note on my pad here. Secret sauce. Secret sauce of storycraft is it's a fun name. And Heidi says, oh boy, I'll check them all out. And Robert says, Heidi, do you like horror? Sam is my queen, super blomper. And Nicole says, ate dinner and read 4 pages. Is super noisy here. Oh no. You got to get a pair of noise canceling headphones, Nicole. Heidi says, Robert, fantasy and historical fantasy are my jam. Alicia says, there's a book on Amazon called The Unicorn Shifter Academy. Of course there is. Why not? And Robert says, Heidi, ISA, fun fantasy reads. Christina says, just finished supper, now reading the 4th Harry Potter with the younger one. Very nice. And Kat says, I ate dinner and bought tickets for my friend Karen and me to go see Grease. Oh, that's so fun. On the stage later this month at the Columbia Theater in Hammond. I love Grease. And Frankie Valli's intro to that movie with, no, oh my God, I almost said Frank Sinatra. That's not it. Um, John Travolta. Whew, gosh. Okay. Yeah, the intro song with the movie with John Travolta is one of my favorite songs from like any audio track ever. And I listen to that song for fun. I have it saved in my Spotify. Nicole says, "Hi, Jessica. Hope the rest of your day goes better." I agree. Alicia says, "I'm looking forward to the sliders in Children of Time." You mean spiders? Okay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are sliders too. Where's the White Castle? That's what I want to know because now I want White Castle. Heidi says, "Robert Booktubers. I like Brian Lee Dupree, John at Talking Story, and Josh at Red Fury Books. They all read a variety of genres. My new favorites are Alex and Kat." Thank you, Heidi. That means so much. Yeah, Kat and I both definitely we read a pretty wide variety of things. I love science fiction. It's my favorite, and I really enjoy fantasy and I love horror. A lot of the subscribers that I have, they ended up finding me because of one of my sci-fi videos, and I'm like, well, they're probably going to be disappointed because that's not the only thing that I talk about, and I definitely got feedback on some of my videos when people were like, "I don't want to see this content," and it's like, sorry, and then they unsubscribed, and it's like, well, I promise I still read a lot of sci-fi. It's just not the only thing that I read. As Zach says, the book Zombie versus Unicorns has fire breathing unicorns, venomous unicorns, and unicorns that can tear holes in reality. If you choose your lower correctly, they are much more powerful. That's really fun. I also just remembered oh, the My Little Pony, because they're like have like a unicorn for one of them, and they're all like different magical horse creatures. They have like a Pegasus and whatnot. So I guess you're right. Like they very much are in the cultural norm right now. I just didn't really know of like any books with them, but Zombie versus Unicorn sounds like a lot of fun. Kat says, "Oh, Heidi." I agree. Zach says, "Lore, not lower." Oh, I got you. Thank you. And Nicole says, "LOL, I was wondering about the sliders, but I was just expecting it." Jamie says, "So many interpretations. Had a late lunch, or interruptions, gosh, so many interruptions. Had a late lunch, early dinner, and did some chores while glaring at my computer and waiting for my Wi-Fi to stop glitching." No! It really stinks when the Wi-Fi goes down. They're like, especially if you've ever had like outages of any kind in your area, it could be like self-service or Wi-Fi. It feels like, I don't know, like you had your arm cut off. And I think about that all the time. I'm like, people used to drive around without cell phones. Like even when I was a kid, like I'm of an age that cell phones were not super, super popular when I was like a baby. And it's like, and I actually have a family friend that she went without having a cell phone until the time that she was out riding her Harley Davidson and she ran out of gas and she had to walk it for 3 miles to be able to get to a gas station. She's like, you know what? I should probably have one for emergencies. And that's literally the only thing she has it for. It's like a little flip phone and she keeps it charged for emergencies. And I'm like, Wi-Fi just feels like a staple now, like you have to have it. And Kat says, "Alex and I are kindred spirits." It is really true, Kat. Like I think about that all the time, and I believe it's true. Heidi says, "Kat, I had a Grease book, and it was the movie and the dialogue in book form." Oh, fun. Nicole says, "Unicorns that can tear holes in reality." Hashtag I stand with unicorns, Robert. Kat says, "That's awesome, Heidi. I love the first film a lot. I also like a stage performance too, especially when I see my talented friends perform." Yeah, that is really cool. And I love that you're an actor, Kat, and also that you love improv. I think that's so cool. And it really helps, I'm sure, with a lot of things dealing with YouTube too. Like you can carry those skills over. Alicia says, "Thanks for accepting my errors, Nicole." We all make mistakes, Alicia. I make them every single time that I have a live. And Nicole says, "No problem, Alicia." Little burger. Oh, who's down for White Castle? I absolutely am, actually. And so I'm thinking that I'll probably just do, because we're at 3.5 hours now. I could do 2 more sprints. Are you all interested in doing one long sprint or two 30-minute sprints? Let me know. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. We can go based off of that. Gat says, Zach, I have a zombie versus unicorns book of short stories. Oh, I love that. Yes, Nicole, thank you. Love White Castle. Thank you so much. It was a joy to introduce Keaton to that. It made me so happy because I told him that the ultimate way to eat White Castle is to go and buy your sliders and then go to Arby's and get their mozzarella sticks with their marinara sauce, and you are absolutely set. It's like my favorite. Like, you're gonna really get down and dirty with eating fast food. Like, that's what I want to eat. And he had only had it like one time, and it was a bad White Castle. But then I took him to ours, and I'm like, no, this is what you got to get. And he got it. And now we've gone there like 3 or 4 times in our time that we've been together. Don't want to eat it all the time by any means at all. But when I do eat it, I get really excited because it's like one of my favorite fast food places, if not like the best fast food place. And Heidi says, two more. Okay. And Kat is also arguing for two more 30-minute sprints. Okay. Alicia says, sounds good to me. Mary Luce also said 30. And Nicole, sliders. And Zach says, Kat, that's what I'm talking about. Awesome. Okay. So I'll get my clock readjusted here. Let's see, set my times. Perfect. And then I also have to give you all a new question as well. And Nicole says, I don't always eat sliders, but when I do, I eat White Castle. That's the only way to do it. Where else are you going to go and get a slider? I mean, they even have the scented candle and everything, or at least they used to back in the day. Kat says, Zach, I picked it up at Second and Charles. I love zombies. Yes, she does. Mary Lou says, LOL, Nicole. I'm so glad that somebody else is in the, I don't want to say like the cult of White Castle, but so many people like rag on White Castle. Robert ragged on White Castle once when I was saying how much I loved it. And it's like, I know not everybody likes it. My mom openly hates it, just detests White Castle. And I'm like, well, I love it. So there you go. I'm typing out another question really quick because I thought of this. Can I actually spell? I'd be willing to bet you that I can't. Okay, I probably didn't spell this correctly, but you all are going to know what I mean. I was thinking about this dealing with unicorns and dragons, and that is, what is your favorite cryptid? Like, we're talking Mothman, Bigfoot, like Jersey Devil. Like, who is your favorite cryptid if you had to pick one? Because I do have a favorite. Funny enough, I do. And I don't believe in them, but I really love the lore behind them. I think they're a lot of fun. Heidi says, no Arby's or White Castle where I live, but went to Wendy's and got that fries and frosty combo. And how was it, Heidi? Was it as good as we said? Do tell. I want to know. All right, everybody. I can see our answers coming in for that question. So I'm going to go ahead and get the timer pulled up, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Bobby, he's getting all excited. Oh, let me make myself bigger here. Look at his tail. You can see it. Are you coming up here, Bob? Yep, he's coming for a visit. He's coming for a visit. Bobby. Okay. Stinky boy. He's stinky. He's stinky, but he's cute. And he knows he's cute because he gets away with everything. Let's see. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what's your favorite cryptid? And the first answer that I got was from Alicia, and she says the Jersey Devil. And Kat says Mothman. Now, I do also really enjoy Mothman, but believe it or not, Kat, Mothman is not my favorite cryptid. And I want to see if anybody else says my same one. If not, then I'll tell you all at the end. Mary Lou says, I go for Bigfoot. Now, here's a question, Mary Lou. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Because I have a couple friends who do believe in big feet or Bigfoots, however you would like to say it. Heidi says, great. And Nicole says, Yeti. Oh, I like that. Okay, so it's like an alternate take here. I like that a lot. Do you believe in the Yeti, Nicole? I should ask you all. Like, Alicia, do you believe in the Jersey Devil? Kat, do you believe in Mothman? Mary Lou says, good night, everyone. Thanks for the sprints. Robert says, I live in New Jersey, but I gotta go with Chupacabra. There you go, Robert. Do you believe? Alicia says, I'd say my favorite cryptid is Nessie the Loch Ness Monster. Alicia, that's my favorite. I love Nessie. I think plesiosaurs are cool. And while like all of the photographs of Nessie, of course, were debunked and proven to be fake like years ago, I just really love the idea of like a Loch Ness Monster hanging out in the bay. And I probably will never have kids, like, because that's not something that I'm really aiming for right now in my life. But I did decide years ago that if I ever had a baby, their room would be decorated with the Loch Ness Monster because I like a cute version, of course, like a little like plushy, fun version. But that's just, yeah, it's what I like. Heidi says, there was a Bionic Man episode with Sasquatch during the late 70s. That was my first encounter with a cryptid. Oh, how fun. Zach says, Jormungandr. That's from, Norse myth, the world serpent. I really like the rendition of him that they did in God of War, just like this giant world serpent with a voice that sounds like a deep horn that you like can't even like tell what it is that they're saying. I think that was super cool. Or any sea serpent, if that doesn't count. And it absolutely does count. We'll let that be a cryptid, even though it's from mythology. And Jamie says, I like some of these small fairy type creatures that show up all over the world, gnomes, woodland fairies, etc. Yeah, gnomes and woodland fairies are cute. Emily says, seeing as I just learned what a cryptid is, a Yeti. There you go. Heidi says, Alex, you're so lucky to have such a cute doggy. What is his or her name again? His name is Barker. And I did not name him that. And he was not named that because he barks or because he is a dog. It was just happenstance that he was found on Barker Street. He was a stray at 3 months old. And I ended up adopting him and Ash, my other dog who passed away. I adopted them on the same day from the same place. And I always thought it was really funny because every time I tell people his name, they're like, oh, that's so cute, Barker, because he barks. It's like, nope, that's not where that came from. And Nicole says, I finished chapter 1, 13 pages. Good job. And Nicole says, I do not believe in the Yeti, which is totally cool. And Nicole says, Loch Ness Nursery, what a cute idea. I thought it was pretty good. I don't think I've really heard of anybody doing that, but it will probably never come true unless I build a little Loch Ness area for Barker, which that just dawned on me that that's an idea and something that I could do if I ever wanted to, because he would get like a little stuffy, he could have like a little Loch Ness Monster blankets and stuff. That would be adorable. He does have a dinosaur costume. It's a blue dinosaur costume, and it, like, velcros under him, and he has a little hood, and so whenever he's walking around in it, it looks like he got eaten by a raptor, or rather, he, like, killed the raptor, and he's wearing it as a suit. Either way you wanna look at it, it's very funny and very cute. And Christina says, "We read a bit of the fourth Harry Potter and I finished a row on the blanket." Good job. Very nice. Zach says, "I ended up spending half the sprint listening to music about the World Serpent, a Twilight of the Thunder God cover by Rage of Light and Jormung." I am really bad with this name. Jormungrund. Jormungrund by Scald, lol. Very cool. Zach says the novelization of God of War 2018 was pretty good too. I did not know that they had books, but that doesn't surprise me. And I am really interested in playing the most recent game, the one where his son is, grown up a little bit, Atreus, also known by another name, but I won't spoil it for anybody if you haven't played the games. But I really thought that that game was fun. Had never played, or I thought the God of War, the one that was on the PlayStation 4, was a lot of fun, and I had never played a God of War game before, and I was like, "Dang, this is great!" And I loved being able to like throw the axe at everything. It was super fun. Heidi says, "If you want a cute cartoon Nessie, look up Super Wing Bubble Trouble." Okay, I will. Super Wings Bubble Trouble. Thank you. I will look that up. Appreciate it, Heidi. Kat says, "I made it to page 94 in my book." And I just realized that I did not say where I was for you all. It was a 284. So I haven't made a huge amount of progress tonight, but progress is still progress, especially for a book like this where I'm taking my time. Honestly, this story and just like the busyness of life are the reasons I didn't end up getting to less, which I now want to push into reading in March because I still am very interested in reading that book. So just gotta slap it on, gotta get through it. Kat says, "I love you pronouncing that hard ass word, Alex." I try, I really do give it my all. But I always feel terrible if somebody is like actually from a culture where they know how it's pronounced and then they get to hear me butcher it. And that's why I'm like, I'm sorry. Apologize for like every American who can't pronounce things. Alicia says, "That reminds me, I need to finish playing my game, but I'm currently playing Hogwarts Legacy." LOL. That game actually looks really good. I haven't like demoed it or anything, but I was kind of surprised at how much bad publicity it got because it looks like it was a really well made game. Fun. Kat says, "I need to get to page 444 before 3 p.m. on Sunday." Oh, well, okay. If you're at page 94 and you're a good reader, Kat, and if you have time tomorrow, I absolutely believe that you can. And maybe we'll end up seeing each other on Elliot Sprints too, if you can make it. Emily says, "I'm on my last chapter, so hoping to finish in the last sprint." Very nice, Emily. Good job. And Kat says, "You can do it, Emily." And I agree. Zach says it's pronounced like Jormungandr. Oh, that's so much easier. Jormungandr. Okay, so it's not a hard J. Thank you for that, Zach. I appreciate you. And Alicia says, "It is fun. I enjoyed playing it. You can actually visit Azkaban on one of the missions." Oh, dang. That's cool. Yeah, I would look into playing that for sure. I was actually talking with Keaton about I eventually want to invest in a PS5, not right now, just because one, I don't want to pay full price for it. And I'm really glad I didn't buy it when everybody was paying like double what it cost because their Sony now came out and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna stop production. We're gonna start production on the PlayStation 6." And I'm like, people are just now able to get this system that's been out for years because of COVID. And now you're like, "Oh, now we're just gonna stop making stuff for it now. We're gonna move on to the next system." Like that just kills me. Emily says, "Thanks, Kat, for the support." She is always here for the support, and me too. So I got to come up with one more question for you all. And I'm gonna just do another weird one. Why not just do some weird ones tonight? It seems to be the theme. Okay. Would you rather have feet that smelled like funky cheese or eat cheese that always smelled like funky feet? I felt like this one would be easy, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you know what? It probably isn't because we're gonna get some interesting answers. So I will go ahead and I will put up the last sprint for the evening because I know it's getting late for everybody and answer the funky cheese feet question. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back from that last sprint. Let me know how you did. I was cracking up at your answers to this question. I admittedly did not get much reading done during that sprint. I can tell that my brain is tired and it's looking to take a break. So I'm at page 288 for the evening. So I'm hoping that I'm going to get more reading done this weekend, which I believe that I will. I have a good feeling about it. I have more energy now than I did. All right. So, in answer to my question, my very odd, weird question, and I debated about even putting this up because I was like, why did I think of this? I still don't know why I thought of this, but would you rather have feet that smelled like funky cheese or eat cheese that always smelled like funky feet? The very first answer I got from Christina was, ew. And Robert is like, wow. Which that like immediately just cracked me up. He said, feet smell over cheese smell. I ain't eating that. And Zach says, I'm eating the feet cheese. Smelly feet is the closest thing to a phobia I have. Smelly cheese I can handle. And Kat says, I would rather have feet that smelled like funky cheese because I would wear socks to mask the funky smell. And Robert says, you can't drown cheese in powder. No, you'd have to have like a wax coating, like they actually encase cheeses in I don't know, like you could do like a like a Baby Bell. You peel off your socks at the end of every day. Oh my god, that's like cursed. Oh, that's terrible. And Nicole was like, funky cheese, please. And here is where I knew that we were going to get different answers, is because some people, they already like to eat smelly cheese. Like people eat cheeses that kind of already are a little funky. And I'm like, okay, so some people are going to like that. And some people want to be able to eat like cheddar cheese and brie without it smelling like feet. And so they're going to choose for their feet to smell stinky. And it's just really interesting to see the divide of that line. Alicia says, I think I'll take the neither answer, lol. They both don't sound appealing at all. They're not supposed to. No, that's the fun part about these kinds of questions, is you're supposed to choose whichever one you think is the least terrible. And sometimes they can seem equally bad. Alicia says, I did get about 20 pages read. Good job. That's fantastic. And Kat says, I responded to comments and checked social media accounts. No reading. Well, I'm glad that you were getting some good comments, Kat. That's wonderful. And Nicole says 17 pages down. Well, this was a productive evening, it looks like, for most people. This was a nice way to kind of put a cap on the evening. So I will let you all go. We're at 4 hours and 44 minutes. It would have been perfect if it was also at 44 seconds, but I didn't want to sit here in awkward silence for 40 seconds. And Kat says, Alex likes to make us squirm with some of these questions. This one, though, was particularly weird. This wasn't like an existential question. It was more of just like it's like almost like a would you rather type thing. And I just realized I didn't answer it. I would say that I would have to choose feet that smell like funky cheese, only because I want to be able to enjoy my food, and I would just like never take my shoes off. So that would be my answer. And Nicole said, thanks for hosting. You're absolutely welcome. Robert, you also have a good night. Christina, good job of finishing another row. Woohoo! Just enough time for the sprints to end. I hope you get some rest and enjoy your weekend. And Kat says your sprints are the best way to start the weekend. Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate you. Really happy to see you. And I hope to talk to you soon. Because guess what? March, it's officially the month where we're having our buddy read. So it's going to happen. We get to talk. And I'm excited about it. Alicia says, thank you for sprints. You're most welcome. Christina says, thanks for sprinting. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too. And Heidi, you said, thanks, Alex. Have a great weekend. You too, Heidi. Thanks, everybody. Good night, all.